introduction. Hello everyone, welcome to my Let's Try of Warhammer Inquisitor Martyr. I say do another intro because the other one lasted for about maybe 10 minutes because I had to make an account to play this game. An indie game of all things, which I think is kind of silly and stupid. You would expect something like that from Activision or EA or Ubisoft. I'd say Konami, but yeah, I don't play their games anymore. But anyway, so the reason why I'm doing a Let's Try of this game right now is because I can get a upgrade with like a new campaign and stuff like that, and all the other stuff there, so I can get access to the other DLC trophies for like 8 something Canadian. But I don't know if this game is really worth it for me to buy that. I know 8 something isn't really much, but at the end of the day, I don't want to spend 8 something and be like, oh, well, that 8 something I could have put towards another game, and I just wasted money. So, yeah. So I'm going to be trying this game just for a bit, see what I think of it. If I'm really enjoying myself, I'll go for it. If I find it meh within 2 hours, then I'll give it up to another hour to make up my mind if I really want to buy said, like, the, you know, well, technically this is the meat and potatoes. Well, this is the meat of the game. So I guess I'll just be buying the extra side stuff, like the French fries or the potato, if you will. French fries? I should have just said potato and vegetables, but anyway. Alright, so, I guess I create a character first? Okay. Anyway, not sure if Durka is still here, but Durka wasn't here for a moment. Anyway, before rising to the rank of Inquisitor, you served as a Crusader, the holy warrior of the Adeptus Ministorum. Crusaders display their devotion to the Emperor as honor guards or executioners, and such is the zeal of the Crusaders that it makes them ideal recruits for the Inquisition. Inquisitors with the Crusader background are fearsome warriors using heavy armor and weaponry. On the battlefield, they relentlessly march through fire, like the legendary juggernauts of the old Terran myths. They are the slowest of the 3 agent archetypes, trading mobility for protection and firepower. So, I guess these are perks, I guess? Crusaders must spend focus points to operate power armor and heavy weapon skills. Focus as a Crusader. Exclusive resource recharging with time at a fixed rate. Heavy weapon specialists. Only Crusaders are capable of wielding heavy melee and ranged weapons, making them most efficient agents to deal out mass destruction while doing the Emperor's work. And power armor. Crusaders are permitted to wear power armor, so they can soak up a tremendous amount of damage that would slay a mere mortal in seconds. So it seems like this would be one of those DLC things there that I can't purchase, well, that I can have in my upgrade, I guess. We'll take a look at what the other two are. Psyker. Before rising in the rank of Inquisitor, you served as a Primera Psyker, drawing power from the warp, shaping reality with your mind. Psykers are sanctioned mutants, disdained yet essential to the Imperium. They channel otherworldly energies to banish daemons. Is this supposed to be demons? Daemons. But they always risk damnation and deadly backlash from the Immaterium. Inquisitors with a Primera Psyker background are experts in harnessing the boundless power of the warp. In combat, they rely on their psychic powers, preferring light armor and physically attuned weapons. Force weapons. Applying their wielders' Empyrean powers, force weapons can only be used by Psychers. Psychic powers. Due to their unique talents, only Inquisitors with a Psyker background are permitted to use psychic powers. Perils of the Warp. Psychers gain warp heat points as penalty for using psychic powers. Accumulating these points may spawn warp anomalies or even daemons. Warp heat can be reduced by using force weapons. Almost sounds like a penalty for using your own powers, which kind of sucks. And Assassin. Before becoming an Inquisitor, you served in Imperium as a death cult assassin, a specialist of deceit who expresses her worship through death. Death cults can be found on many Imperial worlds, paying their title to the Emperor with the calling of heretics, traitors, and other enemies of mankind. Inquisitors with a death cult background are deadly assassins, experts in hidden-run tactics and exotic weapons. In combat, they rely on their acrobatic skills and speed, thus preferring lighter armor and weapons. Adrenaline resource. Assassin Inquisitors must spend adrenaline points to dodge, use exotic weapons, and armor skills. Adrenaline is regained by wounding or killing enemies. Exotic equipment. Due to their status and training, Inquisitors with a death cult background can use even the most exotic war gear from the Imperial arsenals. And dodge. Assassin Inquisitors can always use their dodge ability to evade incoming attacks, regardless of the armor they wear. Okay, but they want lighter armor. But here it almost seems like, oh, you can wear heavy armor and still, dodge. It's kind of weird. Usually, you can just sit there and take it as a tank. But anyway, let's see what the person that's locked is. Tech Adept. Before rising to the rank of Inquisitor, you served as a Tech Adept of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the cult of the machine god. They are the safekeepers of advanced Imperial technologies, performing maintenance litanies to command machine spirits, but slowly losing all humanity by replacing their bodies with cybernetic medical implants. Inquisitors with the Tech Adept background are experts of the machine. In combat, they wield arcane and forbidden weaponry and can rely on the never-ending supply of Siloi, constructs of the Legio Cybernetica. So in the perks, it says Data Flux resource. Tech Adept Inquisitors spend Data Flux points to create battle constructs, gun turrets, combat servitors, and robots. Data Flux is recharging with time at a fixed rate. Solely constructs. Only Tech Adepts can command an assorted constructs of the Legio Cybernetica. Okay. And arcane tech equipment. Due to their technological indoctrination, Inquisitors of the Tech Adept background have access to arcane equipment that can only be operated by... Yeah, okay. Alright. I'm gonna go with Crusader, because that's what interests me the most. Next to that would be the Assassin. And Psyker is my least one there. Like, it sounds cool, but I don't know. It just seems like I'm kind of like limited on things, but maybe it is cool to use that class. I don't know. So if I had the DLC, it would be Crusader, Assassin, Tech, and then Psyker, because this class does sound kind of cool. But anyway, let's go with Crusader. What? Choose use your expertise. Oh, okay. So they're not perks. These are the perks. Whatever. So Assault, 60% melee damage bonus when surrounded. Power Sword, Greater Sword, and Suppression Shield. The Assault Crusader is the master of hand-to-hand combat wielding Powder Sword and Suppression Shield, or the two-handed energy-infused Greatsword, cutting through several enemies at the same time, or mitigating incoming damage with shocking efficiency. And Assault Armor, a power armor equipped with a light but effective jump pack. The wearer is capable of making long jumps across the battlefield and deal impact damage at a rival. This powerful ability can be used for offensive and defensive purposes alike, also equipped with a refractor field generator. Tactical, 35% range damage bonus for 2 seconds after moving. So running and moving and shooting, basically. The Tactical Crusader takes the fight to the enemy wielding the common but versatile ranged weapons, or the Imperium. They can be used for devastating burst fire and precise aim shots alike, depending on the situation. An ancient power armor variant equipped with a sophisticated tactical congregator and a teleport beacon system. The wielder can summon automated tarantula turrets, okay, from the dropship in orbit, and wreak terrible havoc upon the enemy. Also equipped with a stun mine dispenser belt. And Heavy Gunner, 5% damage bonus on kill for 5 seconds. Stacks 10 times. The Heavy Gunner starts out with cannon, I thought that said cannon. The fonts there kind of hard to see. Or make out sometimes. The Heavy Gunner starts out with common Imperial armament, unlocking more potent weapons of mass destruction later down the path. The shotgun is an ancient tool for close quarters butchery, while the lasgun is a versatile rifle for medium range encounters. Is that supposed to be like a laser gun or something? And Demolition Armor, a heavy armor equipped with an auxiliary missile launcher system. This rare power armor variant was tailored specifically to the need of inquisitorial retinus in need of fire support in desolate, isolated environments. Also equipped with a frag grenade dispenser belt. Alright, so Assault is up my alley, but so is Heavy Gunner. I like the sounds of that, but I like how he looks though. It's kind of badass. I'm not gonna lie, I mean, I like this. It's cool. I don't know how the jump pack would be that effective with me, but you know what, I'm gonna go with a senior. Should I go with Assault? You know, I'm gonna go with Assault. Story mode is tailored for players who are newcomers to the ARPG genre or want to focus on the story. Campaign missions are 4 levels lower than normal, okay. A balanced difficulty that provides some challenge, but not at the expense of the story experience. Recommended for players who are eager to fight and looking for some challenge. Campaign missions are 1 level higher than normal, but missions rewards are increased as well. But don't worry, if you crave for a more laid-back experience, you can switch difficulty anytime before the missions at the mission briefing panel, okay? Recommended for veteran players who wish to experience the gritty darkness of the 41st millennium in its entirety. As this difficulty campaign missions are 3 levels higher than normal. You take greater risks for superior rewards, but don't worry, if you crave for a more laid-back experience, you can switch difficulty anytime before the missions at the mission briefing panel. And on the right it says seasonal character. Seasonal characters exist on separate servers and cannot play or interact with regular characters. They do, however, access to seasonal objectives and are eligible to earn seasonal rewards. They become regular characters when the season ends. Okay. I'm gonna go on story mode. I know it's maybe a little easier, but I just want to get the feel for the game. I want to see what it is that I'm expecting. Sure, why not? Alright. Yeah. So, there was a thing that I joined on the PSN there under the events. It's called Season of the Inferno, but I don't think it has anything really big. I don't know what it is exactly. I can't remember. This was like back when I first got the game in November. Like I seen this, like it popped up for me, or maybe it didn't pop up for me because I bought it and it was always there. I don't know, but I was just kind of like, oh, okay. Well, I'll join this. Maybe it's something I could do in the game when I try it. So let's give this a try. So yeah, the reason why, like I said, I'm trying this is mainly to... It's the 41st millennium and there's no peace amongst the stars. The Imperium of Man is beset from all sides by the Xeno races and is slowly running away from the inside, tainted by the Chaos Gods. Inquisitors are ominous, powerful agents who wage a great and secret war for mankind. They fight in the shadows and nothing... Whatever. They are the judges and the executioners. So yeah, the reason why I'm trying this is
Inquisitor's
because...
log. Classified report. Scheduled for later transmission. I am closing on the source of the inquisitorial distress signal I was assigned to investigate. The coordinates I received from the Caligari Conclave led me to a desolate system. There were many delays during the journey. The intensity of the Caligari warp surges is beyond anything I've experienced. These anomalies are spreading through the subsector like a tidal wave. The distress signal has an ancient encryption used by the Holy Orders. It is authentic, but extremely old. The signal is coming from a battered fortress monastery that was likely spat from the warp when the tide of the surges swept through the sector. There is no response to our hailing signals.
Inquisitor, this is your captain speaking. I'm still trying to hail the monastery, but I get no response.
The hull looks intact, though. I think it was simply abandoned a very long time ago.
Then what do you expect to find over there?
Something that once belonged to the Inquisition. And lots of empty hulls.
Sounds exciting. I've instructed your pilot to land on the hangar deck.
Stand by and wait for my signal.
Inquisitor, the automatic defense system has been activated. The turrets are attacking you. Do you...
As I was saying, the reason why I'm trying this game is because I want to see if I should get the DLC that's on sale. It's basically what the Ultimate Edition of this game would hold. And I only bought the Standard Edition. Actually, it was a game pack. It was this game and Chaos Bane I ended up buying as a pack. And I could have gotten each of these games individually, but I was just like, yeah, this is good enough. And then I seen that the DLC was on for like 8 something, so I thought I'll give this game a try. If I like what I play, I'll buy it. Captain, if I think it's okay and it's not worth it,
Captain
then I
Van
won't buy
Winter,
it.
can you hear me? Strange. Vox communication is jammed and I can't use my teleporter device. Something must be disturbing my signal. I will record everything in my audio log, in case I don't return. Inquisitorial log, new entry. While attempting to dock in the hangar of an unknown fortress monastery, my transport took heavy fire. I suspect that the automatic weapon systems were activated, but I don't yet know why. The transport has been destroyed, along with my equipment. My pilot is dead. I will pray for him later.
Seal, common purity seal, 119 suppression resistance. Assault armor, common power armor, 25 damage reduction for all resist, and 132 max HP. Inoculator, common inoculator, 11 capacity, item level 1. Talk to Metro Dora Thelma on the command bridge to change the inoculator's components. Okay. Signum. No damage, common signum. Okay. Main implant, common main implant, 162 max XP. Eye implant, common eye implant, 11 max focus. Neural implant, common neural implant, 156 suppression resistance. So my base damage is 22, hit points is 4,414, and suppression is 4,395. Okay. I have a lot of inventory space, it seems, but that might be easily taken up, I'm not sure. Inquisitor level. Your level will grow by completing missions which represent your position with the Holy Ordos of Inquisition. New levels unlock new item types, which you can find during the missions or can be obtained from the end mission loot boxes. You can also join Cabalists with other fellow Inquisitors to purge the unclean together. Progression. Specific levels also unlock new inoculator components, perks, and additional slots for both. But most importantly, every level gives you 1, 4, sometimes 2 skill points. You can find the complete list of unlockables in the expanded view. Attributes. Every level class has different attributes. All 3 main attributes have 5 milestones, and after reaching one of them, you will automatically gain extra abilities. You can learn attribute points by completing heroic deeds. Warfare, toughness, and virtue. Okay. These are interchangeable passive abilities which can improve your Inquisitor. In the beginning, you have only 1 perk slot, but after you reach level 15 and 30, the other 2 unlock. New perks can be unlocked by completing heroic deeds or raising your Inquisitor level. So... oh, yeah, okay. Right. Passives. Complete this heroic deed to unlock. By the bullet. 0 to 500,000 deal range damage. Complete this heroic deed to unlock. Reaper. 0 to 250. Kill champion enemies. Kill horde enemies. Where it hurts? Commander enemies. Okay. Kill enemies with melee skills. Okay. Kill enemies with ranged skills. 1 million. Deal damage. Okay. Deal with traps. Blow up explodable containers. Reach level 13 to unlock. Reach level 7 to unlock. Complete side quests. You can encounter these during open world missions. 0 to 20. Reach level 13. And yeah, okay, whatever. Heroic deeds. No. Oh. Heroic deeds of morality is locked for now. Okay. Trophies. Take a look at this. Oh! They keep track of things in this game when it comes to trophies. I'm hoping that this is accurate. If that's the case, then this is extremely helpful, and quite a few games need this kind of thing. Not all games do. And if they do, sometimes it's only to a certain degree and not the full degree. Sort of reminds me of Neverwinter Nights Online, or as it's just called, Neverwinter. I prefer Neverwinter Online name more, but anyway, besides the point. I remember in that game, they're like, oh, you need to kill 1,000 dragons, but the game doesn't actually keep track of that for you, and I'm just like, yeah, that's great. Nor did they do with the giants and stuff like that, so it was more of a pain in the rear there when the game doesn't actually keep track of like how many you killed, because it would be nice, because then you know it definitely counted. Anyway, alright, tutorials? Get out of here. I really don't want to read all this. I'm hoping that they give me a good tutorial or tell me how things work when the time comes. Alright.
Interesting. Mindless servitors were created for menial tasks, but having a flesh drone just for operating the door seems excessive. Open the door! Ancient cogitator. Let's see if the tech prayers still hold. It might have information about this place.
Alright, name Martyr, code 57, current status in the possession of the Holy Orders of the Emperor's Inquisition. Warning, verifying current status, Inquisition. Or inadequate data collected. Or collated. Last maintenance logged. Gilwer shield compromised. Current rate of impairment 47.34% estimated. Prayers of maintenance required in the following zones. Cataloging zones. Cataloging failed. Innovations of blessed recalibration required in the following zones. Cataloging failed. Corrupted data. Diagnostics interrupted. Okay. And that's it.
Just as I suspected. It's a pile of rust. At least I found some interesting diagnostics. I should check all the cogitators on the ship for other details.
Cataloging failed was interesting to you? New tutorial journal. Access your journal window by pressing the J key. I'm using the controller. What? Your personal journal contains all the background intel and collected devices, clues for your ongoing completing investigations, giving you far deeper insight into the story as it unfolds. Investigations are divided into chapters where you can review each mission individually through the drop-down menu. All clues collected during missions can also be accessed by clicking on the corresponding icon. Collect more clues to unlock extra rewards. Tutorials are also available here by clicking on the corresponding tab. Okay.
New log entry. I have found some human remains. The time of death seems recent. I don't like the look of the marks on the bodies. Something killed them with mindless brutality. Perfect weapon to deliver the Emperor's justice.
Okay, X is to attack. Good. R2 is to do that. X. Okay. Interesting. Is kind of a bit to listen to if I have to do that a lot.
Creature of chaos, can you withstand my faith? Ship infested by chaos. So be it. Let's cleanse the taint then.
You can equip 2 weapon sets for each mission. Press triangle? That's not a triangle, that's a right directional pad button. I'm not sure why I said triangle. Anyway, press right directional pad button to switch between them. Okay? Note that the switch will set all your weapon skills on cooldown. Some of your attacks will be unavailable for a while. Thus, you will have to judge whether switching weapons in the middle of an engagement is worth it. Okay. Alright. Destructible objects. Shoot or strike destructible objects repeatedly. Collapsing architecture can deal heavy damage. Much of the game environment is destructible. Gain advantage by destroying enemy cover or create a line of attacks by blowing up columns, containers, concrete walls, etc. Straight shots will automatically hit and damage objects. And damage objects, but the exploding barrels can be hit by L1 and R1. Some harder to destruct elements will display a health bar. Use heavy weapons and explosives for the best effect. Certain objects columns and some walls can collapse after taking enough damage, dealing heavy area damage on unfortunate opponents using them as cover. Okay. That took care of that.
New log entry. I have found a room tainted by the filth of chaos. There is also a tech priest maintenance shrine with a functioning cogitator. It could contain information on how I could turn off the Vox jammer.
Argumentum, defense system anomalies, ranking security officer, brother Marcus Drain? I was almost going to call him Orange. I thought that was an O, but it was a D. Incident log. The Martyr opened fire on an approaching rogue trader vessel, causing considerable damage and loss of life on the targeted ship. Temporitarium signals are regularly jammed, blocking entry and exit to and from monastery. Confessions of the related personnel during the penitence hearings. Searching PIC recording database. Records not found. Conclusion. After thorough investigation and questioning, I can safely claim that no personnel were involved in the incident. The defense turrets upon open fire without any human involvement, and the signal blocking any teleportation attempts is generated automatically. Probable cause, system malfunction. Processes initiated. Logged a priority level request to the maintenance fraternity, awaiting confirmation. Had emergency cogitators installed on the hangar deck and a main cogitator in the control room, where security personnel can manually override both the turn system and the teleportarium signals in case of any further incidents. Attachment. Medicare reports of personnel voluntarily participating in the confessions, data corrupted.
I found new information. There is an emergency cogitator nearby where I could turn off the jamming signals.
Okay, the cage. Okay, so here's investigations. I'm guessing are just like either main missions or side quests. I must find out everything I can about this fortress monastery. Where does it come from? Is there someone in charge of this abandoned colossus? What happened to the thousands of people and the hundreds of subdecks? So many questions, but I trust the Emperor, and I'll find the answers here in the darkness. I am stranded on the hangar deck of the fortress monastery. The teleport and my Vox signal are both jammed, and the automatic weapon systems of the Martyr are active. I need to find the controls in order to disable the systems that are cutting off my connection to my ship and Captain Van Winter.
Open the door!
It is in the walls now. Everywhere. Taint. In the machines.
By the Emperor! What foul abomination is this? Talking servitor. It might be mind-locked, but this is still unusual. Well met, heretics. It is time for you to die.
See, like, it highlights them, but it's actually just me, like, using this as cover. So that's, interesting. That's for sure. Okay. Alright. Now let's have a battle. Some of this stuff would be like, you know, might drop some useful stuff, but I'm starting to think that's not the case now.
Finally, that's the cogitator that will disable the jammer.
Deactivating.
I couldn't turn off the teleportation jammer, but the Vox should be fine now. Captain Van Winter, can you hear me?
Inquisitor, finally. I thought we'd lost you.
It would have been quite convenient for you, I suppose.
Trust me, I'm on your side. I'm not saying I don't want my ship back, but who would clear my name if you died in battle?
Your loyalty is quite admirable, Captain.
Your hair looks like a mop. Just saying. Oh, that's her right there. Yeah. In the game, your hair looks like a mop. Do we clean floors with you? Well, it says number 1's done. I can't go back there if I wanted to, so it looks like it's one of those games where it's like, here, you're doing this, and if you miss something here, you can't go back, so, you know. I read that it was either this or Chaos Bane, that there was multiplayer, but I heard that this campaign, the story mode, was just one player only, and I'm like, okay. But I'm not sure what the multiplayer is, or how that comes in. I think it's just doing, like, random, like, missions online as a team. And that's it. Which I guess is better than nothing, but it's a missed opportunity they didn't do the campaign with co-op. Because, honestly, these types of games are fun that way.
A box signal not far from your location. It is transmitting on an Imperial channel. It could be important.
I'm on my way there.
Starting to think I shouldn't have came this way right yet. There could have been more to that area over there. I don't know. It's too late to find out. The focus resource. All character classes in the game have a special resource that is used to activate unique abilities. Crusaders have the focus resource, which is required for their armor skills. Focus is slowly regained over time. Crusaders spend focus points to activate their armor skills. They regain focus automatically over time. Okay. So I think that's just like basically them find the source of the fox. Okay. Shoot exploding barrels to do massive damage to multiple enemies. Try not to blow it up yourself. Certain environment objects like the transparent red and blue containers can be blown up by pressing L1 or R1 to deal massive damage. The blast can wipe out multiple enemies and collapse structures like columns or walls for even more damage. It's a great way to take care of large groups or powerful opponents if you can lure them near these objects. The explosion works both ways, so try not to kill yourself. So what you're saying is I should run right to the thing and go swipe and then dead. So what you're saying? Apparently I don't have my weapon anymore? What the? How? What? That makes no sense. Personnel one and R1 together, that's not doing anything.
By the Emperor.
What have you found down there, Inquisitor?
Some unlucky members of an Imperial retinue. This is a shrine, dedicated to the ruinous powers. Somebody really wants his dark wishes to be fulfilled.
In other words, there's something on that ship that requires human sacrifice. Wonderful.
So walking over time regains my... Not good. keep doing this until I get my, what do you call it, back? It's kind of dumb. Seems rather weird if you ask me, but whatever. Just leveled up. They de-equip this stuff on me? Why? Okay, hold on a moment. Oh. Okay. That was weird. They just do it automatically. Like, they took it right off of me. I don't like that. That kind of threw me off. I'm like, what? Did I just not get to keep it because this is the tutorial stage? It's kind of weird. But nope. I thought I had to keep fighting with the L2 and R2 jump thing. Which is kind of interesting for an attack, but... Throw a grenade, press and hold L2, name with L, the left analog stick. Each button to throw. An enemy is highlighted, and you have a grenade equipped. Just quickly press L2 and throw the grenade at your foe. For the aim grenade throw, press and hold L2, and a marker will appear which you can control with L, and the longer you hold in the button, the higher the arc of the throw will be. High arc is useful to lob grenades over obstacles, but slower to hit the target. Note that unlike weapon skills, grenades have limited charges, so you can get extra grenades from supply boxes during missions.
Of the Emperor, I'll blast you to smithereens.
Exploded from Engineer Theta 17B, Lucan, reference number 9834.1.T. Current rank, Operator Confessor to the Great Machine Spirit of the Martyr. And loaded to Engineer Omicron for severe reference number, whatever. Current rank engineer Hierophant of the Martyr. 12.4 automatically generated social components clipped. Type honorifics. Omega level encryption initiated. Begins. Inquiry as maybe reference. Confidential emergency invocation. 7763P awaiting review. President. Precedent supplementary records collated attached. Oh God, I literally got to turn my light on here in a moment. It's hard to read this in the dark. Analysis: the machine spirit of the Martyr shows every sign of intellectual instability. Threat assessment: ultra high and growing. Proposal: detachment of data source in the Bless core, initiating the data module scrubbing and anointing central processing modules. Personal note: the machine spirit is slowly becoming insane, and it started to override the defense systems, destroying some possibly harmless void craft trying to land on the deck. We must act before it sheds more blood. I don't need to remind you the fateful consequences if such information becomes open knowledge. It all must remain confidential. I submit this invocation in the name of the Messiah, to the wisdom of the trusted Hierophant. Hierophant. Anyway.
A proper welcome committee at last. That grenade could be useful now.
Yeah, I bet good. Oh crap. Didn't mean to do that. See how long I can do that for. What to interact? What? Oh. let's see what happens. Oh god. Binary transcriptor enabled. Recalibration him initiated. Secondary data stream decipher enabled. Note A. I hope you are reading this. That's the safest way for us to communicate. If they find out what we are planning, they'll execute us. Hide your messages in the maintenance sermons and make them look like simple devotional notes. We need to plan our next step. There are huge problems on the research decks. The Red Sanctum has been quarantined. Alert. Corruptive code influx. Note B. I've received your message by the Emperor. This is bad. Same here. Down here, nobody knows where the Martyr is headed. And with Uther holed up in the Sanctum and his seconds in charge plotting against him, I have no idea where to turn. Note A. Uther will be our death. Think about it. He promised us immortality and glory for the Imperium, and now we have what? Those things in the Dark Zone? We must get out of here immediately, or shall we join the others? Request suspicious emotional code lines discovered. Issue. Sensor modules inactive. Log not archived. Disabled. Okay. Very weird so far, but okay. Maybe I could throw unlimited amount of grenades or something? Unless it's just for the tutorial.
I have found a corpse of an Imperial soldier. I'll take his data slate. It could contain a recording that could shed some light on what happened here.
Oh, it's just replaying over and over again, okay. I was waiting for something else to happen, and I'm like, wait, it's just repeating itself, what the hell? Alright. Chests. Press X to open chests. Missions usually contain chests and other storage boxes with items. Some will replenish your charge-based skills like grenades, for example, while others give you rewards like crafting materials. Press X to open. Oh, you can craft in this game? Okay then. Medical supply. I couldn't read any of that because it was too fast. That's nice. Ooh, Space Marine.
I found the body of a fallen Adeptus Astartes.
What? Did you just say that there was a dead Space Marine down there?
He must have been a member of that unlucky Imperial reconnaissance team I found.
Allow me to clarify that. You only found pieces of them. So it'll be just you against something that tore apart one of the mightiest champions of the Imperium.
Don't jump to conclusions just yet, Captain. It could easily be more than one creature.
That's interesting.
Come at me, creatures! Come at me!
I thought that was going to explode. Oh, never mind.
Team Sigma, this is Chaos Thorn speaking. Team Sigma, come in.
I'm afraid Team Sigma won't be responding anytime soon.
What? Who are you, and what are you doing there? Taking a stroll on the decks? By the Emperor!
Mind your manners. I am an Inquisitor, and I don't tolerate...
An Inquisitor? About bloody time. I thought your lot had followed Lord Klosterheim into the Dark Zone. Listen, we're under heavy attack in the control room, so I'd appreciate it if you could join us while we deliver the Emperor's will until our most triumphant death. Thorn out.
New log entry. I established connection with someone from an Imperial expedition on the ship, but he is clearly confusing me with someone else.
Oh no. That was the way I had to go? Okay, that's cool. That's cool looking. Should have went the other way. See, that's one of these things that I hate about these, like, or just games like that, where they're like, oh, here's a branch path. Do you want to go this way or this way? Which way is the correct way? Because I like exploring. And I chose the right way, for me, was the wrong way, because I wanted to go the other way and explore. So there's that. New level reached. Unlocked item type, chainsword. Okay. So, does that mean I have said chainsword? Inventory. Stun mine. Okay, 168. So what's this do? 162. So I would take this and equip it. 168. Yeah. So I got it equipped. Okay. Very good, man. Alright. What's 20% credits gained from missions? Weak plunder. Okay. Open something. Oh, open data terminal. Okay. Oh, wait. Somebody's offering me something for a limited time. What's the time on it? 1 minute. Data terminal. This is your information center. Everything alert or notification will show up here, like the pending rewards, unspent skill points, cabal invites, etc. Also here you can see the ongoing investigations and priority assignments, and you can quickly continue them by selecting one. If you have an active booster, you can find more details about it here, or if your cabal has donate to the High Lords, it can be done here as well. Okay. Unspent skill points. Survival instinct override perk, okay. That's a lot to cycle through. 4 out of 5,000. Acquire credits on missions and reward quests. It's quite a bit to go through there. Damage in combat, okay. It's a lot to go through. Holy smokes. At least this one's a little bit shorter list, but still. Take damage in combat, okay. Oh my god, this is a lot. Open loot chests. Open supply boxes. I've opened up a chest or a box here and there. I wonder why it's at 0. Okay. Alright. Interesting. Melee combat, let's see. 5% melee damage bonus against loud shock stun enemies. 5% damage skill for 2 seconds, 10 times. 5% melee damage bonus against loud shock stun targets. Same thing. 1% critical hit chance with melee skill. Okay. 5% critical chance for combo skills. Plus 20% movement speed on melee kills for 5 seconds. 5% damage bonus to the next attack on deflect. 7%. Plus 7% melee damage bonus when at least 3 enemies are within 5 meters. Okay. So there's that. Plus 2 inoculator capacity. Minus 5 inoculator cooldown reduction. Minus 5% cooldown reduction for skills using. Can't read it because my screen's too small. Plus 4% focus. Okay. Health. 150 to maximum makes XP. Or HP, I mean. Maximum suppression. Oh, what's this? Oh, same thing. Okay. Plus 3 heat resistance, plus 3 physical resistance, and plus 3 warp resistance. Okay. I'm gonna put up the melee combat. This is definitely, I don't know, I mean, so far it's okay. I just found it really weird how they're like, hey, here's your weapons, they're equipped now, and then all of a sudden the next area you go into, they're not equipped anymore, and it's like, what? That was the only thing that threw me off so far. And it seems I could throw grenades for days, but then all of a sudden I couldn't throw them anymore. So I guess I only have a certain amount to throw. It's kind of weird, but I don't know, I'm still learning. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see now. Okie dokie. I still kind of wish I could tell. Kill the champions of Chaos Hero 3. Alright.
It's going again. Another wave of filth is on its way to face me in a glorious carnage. I want your help as soon as possible.
Careful. That was dangerously close to intel. You are definitely confusing me with someone else.
You are an Inquisitor, which is enough for me right now. The whole deck is swarming with the local mongrel tribes, and they've sent their champions to rally the troops. I need you to eliminate these creatures. It will slow down the tribes.
Oh, right.
So you're heading to the control room to disable the jammer?
That's the plan, yes.
And who is this Caius Thorne exactly?
Quite a character. Otherwise, I have no idea. He seems to think that I am a member of his mysterious expedition.
If there is an expedition, they might be trapped in that monastery just like you.
Why do you think so?
I made a scan. That giant wreckage looks completely dead from here. No sign of any other voidcraft in the vicinity.
Your head is mine.
I like using my circle attack. That seems kind of official. I'm gonna go head back this way and see what's in the other direction. Wish I could like make the map appear more bigger so I could see like up close like what's what. But the game's like, no, we don't want you to. Oh, this gun linked up here. Okay, I see what's going on. Okay. I thought the green to the yellow to the red was my health bar, but it's not. And I thought R1 I could just, you know, cure myself at any time, but I guess not. Oh, he gains back health. Okay.
I've eliminated the first tribal champion. I wonder if these mongrel tribes are the descendants of the original inhabitants. I guess I'll know more soon.
Die, Inquisitor.
There we go. I like watching people explode from that. I like it. Pick that up right now.
Oil on flame.
Hey, Stu, how's it going?
Thorn here. How are you faring, Inquisitor?
Considering that I'm alone, I'd say that I'm making adequate progress.
Alone? Where's the rest of your detachment?
Under some smoldering wreckage.
Well, that's unlucky. But that's all the more demons for us to kill. Let us rejoice in the furious challenge. Thorn out.
Just scarfing down some food, eh? Sounds like a good time is being had then. What are you eating? I'm gonna go back down around this way, just in case there's something over here that I missed. I like the look of the stages, even though everything's like samey looking, but at the same time, it's like, aren't all these games? It's kind of like how Diablo is, and that's not even indie, so. Oh yeah, the sauerkraut. Yeah. I'm gonna have to side with Fuzi on that one going. "Yee." No, wait, it wasn't Fuzi. Who was it? Oh, it was somebody in your chat there. I think it was Fatality. I'm with Fatality on that one. I knew it! Fatality. Called it. Alright. Scriptorium, Telepathica, Martyr. Regio, Caligari Sector, Segmentum, Tempestus, Destination Colony, Choir, Scintilla, Subsectorial conduit, telepathic duct, Imperial relay, Ogma 10? Brother Lestar to Forge World Koche Prime. Request for partial overhaul. Decrypted message. This is the thrice blessed Fortress Monastery Martyr. Category A3 research vessel of the Holy Ordos under the leadership of Lord Inquisitor Uther Tiberius. Okay. We seek aid from the brothers and sisters of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Martyr is on a highly important research pilgrimage from the Segmentum Pacificus to the Signal subsector. Anyway, en route to the Caligari sector, the Martyr was caught in a severe warp anomaly, and the Geller shield suffered considerable damage. We need an emergency overhaul in the orbital dry docks of Koche Prime as soon as possible. May the Emperor be with you. Secure transmission end. Weird. Okay. And the cold beer? That I can agree with. What are you drinking? You drinking Corona or that other stuff there? I ended up getting beer yesterday. It was just Coors Light though. It was like, you know those tall boys? Except it's not the tall boys. It looks like what's it called? You know, like those Red Bull energy drink cans. Like they're that slim and small. Normally they don't give me that for Christmas. They normally just give me pods of coffee to try out. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh, I'm back to the beginning. Alright, cool. I just looped around. I don't... you know, I was thinking Silver Bullet, but I'm not sure if it is Silver Bullet. And normally beer like that isn't exactly cheap. I know what I say sounds weird, but trust me on this. What is this supposed to be? And I can't even pick it up. Whatever. I opened it regardless, so good enough for me. Aye, aye, aye.
The place.
How ambitious. I like that. But believe me, there is still much work to be done. You'll find a desecrated shrine next door that leads to the control room. Go there.
I don't really I want to do the last little bit of exploring that I can. Supply 2 charges. Oh, that's a frag grenade. Okay. Ew, green guts everywhere. Yep. That must look good while eating sauerkraut there, don't it? You're quiet, Bestie. Anyway. Wanted to go up here. So I think I need to be here or something or whatever. Can't pick that up yet. That's cool. Oh, look, I'm back here again. Did I just miss something? Hold on a moment. I got... No. Nah, it can't be. Hold on a moment. What in the... I gotta go check something here right quick. Oh, that was that room. Okay. I was like, did I miss something back here? I didn't. It's just, things that was part of something. Come on. Bam. There we go. Alright. Dunscarfing. Your shoes are gonna need a good cleaning. Yeah. But what if I'm barefoot? And I'm just that heavy because of my heavy armor. Ew. Feet and green goo. Alright. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotta go down this way. Open up their chests down here. I can't believe I died back there. Honestly, I was looking at my thing there with that green bar as my health. And if that is my health, then maybe it was a glitch. Whoa, what the... Okay, where'd you come from? Oh. Haha. Anyway. Then the green guts are squishing between your toes. Ooh.
Chew on this.
Do you remember back in the day, back in the 90s, there was that green slime, I think it was called Gak or something like that, where like it was it was slime and you were able to squish it and like it would make like farting sounds, and then you could like pull it apart and you know whatever, and if I remember correctly, it came in like a star shaped like plastic thing. Yeah. That's what I would like to think that it feels between my toes.
I've reached the end of this subdeck.
Good. There is the exit. Some of my men will meet you on the other side, but plenty of them have been captured. I'll need your help to set them free.
Oh, suck, folks. Hold on just a second, folks. Give me a quick moment. I'm back. Hey, Gunner. Sorry for for being gone for so long. What a bummer, man. No, my mother showed me on TV there that, we lost BBC Canada. And my mother actively actually watched that. Oh, crap. Was I able to select something there and I just didn't realize it? Crap. I don't know, I'll see what's what after, I guess, whatever. But yeah. We lost the BBC channel as of the December 31st was the last day. Me and my mother actively watched shows on that. And they're like, oh, due to the owner's due to the discretion of like the channel or whatever, like, you know, they were to remove it, that it would be no longer available. And I have absolutely no idea why. It really blows. Hey, Kafuzi. Sauerkraut. Ugh. Nasty. Can you watch it online?
This is just the calm before the storm. Take advantage of the respite before the wretches return. At least I can send you some reinforcements. The hostiles are keeping some of my scouts caged up in the desecrated sanctum. Free the guardsmen and bring them to the control room.
Reporting for duty, something. Okay. Oh, hold on here. Occasionally you'll be accompanied by allied soldiers that automatically follow you and fight in some missions, particularly defensive missions. You have limited command over allied soldiers by sending them to highlighted positions. Just stand near a position marker and hold X to send the nearest allied unit to that position. During combat, they fight on their own, engaging targets automatically. Okay, good to know. So far, it's okay. I'm gonna see what happens after I'm done the ship and see where the game takes me from there. So I don't have really much more of this ship to do. It's kind of like the tutorial level, in a sense. But yeah, I don't know why they took it off. There is websites that I could go and watch some stuff there. If I so choose to. And because this was the only channel that I was able to watch it. Like, I would watch stuff like Father Brown, Death in Paradise, and what was the other show? Father Brown, Death in Paradise. Yeah, just, you know, basically those two shows. Like, I'm all caught up in everything from what they done like last year. I just need to watch the stuff that's coming out this year, because they already had that stuff filmed. And apparently soon enough they're going to be doing stuff for filming, you know, in between lockdowns that were happening over there. But the thing is like, that was just stuff that I like watching, because that was the only time I was able to actually see those shows, is because it was only covered by BBC. So now I don't have access to that anymore, and I'm like, oh, that's great. Yes, I had salt lick earlier there, Kafuzi. For those who are wondering, it's ramen, but mainly in the cup, though. What is my opinion on January's PS Plus games? Cool. It's just a damn shame they went with the PS5 version for Maneater. Cause let me put it to you this way. Sony gone and done something stupid. No surprise there. Look who's in charge, Jim Ryan. But if you own the PS4 copy of Maneater, you can go and get the PS5 version for free. But they're only offering the PS5 version of the game. So, why not just give the PS4 version for free? That way they can get a free upgrade to the PS5 if they so choose to. More people get to enjoy the game. But they don't. Too dumb. Like, I can understand if they had, like, it was just, I don't know about Bugsnax. I can't say anything about Bugsnax being a free upgrade if you bought the PS4 version, and something tells me it is, but I'm not anywhere 100% sure on that. It's just a gut feeling, and I could be dead wrong. But, I mean, Greedfall, you know, that's pretty cool, but it's a game about, you know, a plague being, you know, happening, and you have to search for a cure for it or whatever. So you can play on one side of the field by playing missions for a certain group, or you can do other stuff for another. I don't know, I can't remember. I just read something somewhere where they're like, oh, you can do missions for these people, or you can do missions for these people and help these people out or whatever to help, like, in your quest to cure the plague that is going on in the continent or something like that or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I remember seeing that game and I was like, this sort of reminds me of how, like, Assassin's Creed would be, but without, like, you know, all that stuff that's happening. But the thing is that I wasn't really a big fan of Assassin's Creed storyline, so hopefully this would be better. But also at the same time, I'm just hoping that the gameplay is easy to get into. And I can't even remember what the other game that was on for free. What was the other game? I agree the games are good, but you said it made for the PS4 and PS5 for Maneater. Yep. What was the other game that was for free? Sorry for taking away from the gameplay here. I can't remember. I remembered those two games, but the other one I'm kind of lost on. I like the statue, that's kind of cool. Oh yeah, nah, I got no interest in that. I don't have any interest in the new Tomb Raider stuff.
I'm entering the sanctum of the deck. It clearly used to be an imperial chapel, but the statues there are not familiar. When did this sacred fortress drift away from the light of the God Emperor?
I wonder if I'm actually secretly helping the bad guy. Correct. So I go that way, I'm good this way. Okay. I want to see what happens when I destroy this. Okay, not really a whole lot. That's a thing. Free the prisoners, too. Okay. Personal log by Archivist Anselm de Aviro. Get ready for reading, folks. First analysis. I need to modify my early estimate of the age of this magnificent ship. The Praetorian symbolism and the content of the prayer book, reference Inquisition or Inquiry 8344 Met 6, indicates ancient heritage, sometime between the 35th and 36th millennium. The potential connection to the age of apostasy indicates fascinating prospects. I must admit that some of our discoveries are unique, almost radical in nature. Especially the piece is directly connected to Uther Tiberius and his sect. The adornments and other elements are clearly imperial to an origin on the ship, but the details, like the winged statues, all suggest a cult that used to be imperial. but which has been lost or subsequently purged from the archives. Personal notes. The techno-archaeologist was baffled by the first radium carbon results. This may be a rather bold statement since he lacks facial features, emotions, and soul, but he looked almost shocked. Damn his inconclusive results. He tried to argue about the age of this emperor-forsaken derelict, but I'm certain about my analysis and a bit troubled. The mural about the Scarlet Hypothesis and the Imperium beyond was unsettling, to say the least. The Angel of Death growing more grim with each passing hour. May the Emperor have mercy upon our souls. Forward to INQK Personal Archive. Okay. Let's see. You don't like the new Tomb Raider game? I found they did. I played the first one back on the PS3 back in like 2012, 2013. And whenever, you know, sometime shortly after they offered it for PS Plus. And I thought it was okay, but I just don't like that Lara Croft in that game. I know, like, this is, you know, before she became, like, the badass that she is in, like, the PS1 games. But I prefer the PS1 Lara Croft more, and I'm not saying that based on what she was wearing, but based on, like, just how she was. And I just don't see this reboot of Lara Croft becoming the woman back from the PS1 games. But the only thing that I prefer more over on this game compared to the older games is actually how the game is played. You know, the gameplay. It's more solid and not sloppy. But, I mean, it is an old game and it's to be expected, right? But I prefer those games back then compared to that. And Rise of the Tomb Raider, you know, looks okay. But when I heard about the storyline about, like, oh, the apocalypse is gonna happen, blah, 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 you need to stop it because stuff happens or whatever, I was just like, yeah, I'm like, no thanks, this is kind of stupid. No, in my opinion, wait a minute, I can go this way. In my opinion, I thought it was, wait, did I just come from here? Hold on a moment. No, I didn't.
We don't have much time, Inquisitor. Hurry up and take as many guardsmen with you as you can.
Inquisitor. Oh, you're welcome. I don't know, I kind of don't want to go that way. It seems official. That's interesting. Can't go up there, but I like the look of that door. Kind of gives it an important feel, like, head this way. But can't. Whole bunch of stuff that I never even got to really... I wish that, like, when you opened it up, you were able to take the stuff out instead of it just dropping right by you and then automatically picking up, and then you can't even read what it is that you picked up. That kind of drives me bonkers. Anyway, January's lineup is better than December's. What did we get this month? Oh my god, that's pretty bad. I can't even remember what we got this month. What did we get this month? Oh, there's the other people there. I'm not gonna free them right yet.
Ready to fight.
Is that this one? Oh, yeah, Worms, Rocket Arena, and Just Cause 4. Just Cause 3 was a bit of a disappointment. It was an okay game. I enjoyed the second game a lot more. My issue with... I never played Rocket Arena. Some people said that, like, you know, it was pretty fun for it being free. That a lot of people wouldn't pay for something like that. And I heard that the game was struggling a lot, and then EA ended up picking it up themselves. So they own the rights to it. And I'd still give it a try. I mean, free's free, but as for next month's games, it sounds like it is better. And from the issues that Just Cause 4 has, yeah, it sounds like Just Cause 4 isn't that good. Just based on, like, some of the issues that it has. The concept sounds interesting, like, the enemies control a weather machine. And I'm like, oh my god, are you serious? And I'm like, nothing like that exists in real life, but I kind of like the campiness towards it. But then again, that game has always been campy, wasn't it? I don't know, but overall, in general, I'd give it a try. Still, but just, you know, I got other games to play that are on my priority list. But when it comes to other things, yeah, interesting. Maybe that's where I need to go to end the stage. I just wish I was able to see a larger map, because then I can easily tell, like, which way to go, which way to avoid, because I like exploring. That's one thing that that's about this game that I don't like that some games have, where you could explore this area, and then you're like, oh, I'm going this way, but it's a dead end. So now I gotta go over this way. And then you're like, okay, well, this branches into two ways, left and right. What way do I go? Well, I like to search and just, you know, explore and just see the levels and stuff like that. And then I go, and then, bam! Oh, what's that? You can't go any further? Like, this was the correct way? And now the mission's ended, and you can't go back there? Oh, too bad. And that's where it sucks. Oh, he was in there. Okay, then reach the exit.
Humans are banging their war drums, calling up the filth of chaos from the caverns of the ship. If you want to know what a real battle looks like, I suggest you join me as soon as you can.
Oh, that's grenades. Alright. So, yep, that was the exit. I was right on that. Oh, no, I just wanted to see if that was even share playable. Black Mirror. And it is. I never actually sat and played it. I just started it up. Just to see if my friend could see the screen. And he was able to. I know somebody who played some of it, and they said that they thought the game was okay, and then they got to a point there where the game was kind of buggy or, like, glitchy or something, that, like, the character's running, but you don't see what they're running from, and then they, like, lose, and then they, like... and then the game just ends or something like that. And apparently the puzzles in the game are, like, challenging, like she couldn't figure out some of them, apparently.
Inquisitor, our Argos are starting to pick up huge waves of hostiles approaching your position. Can you hold them off on your own?
Captain, a long time ago I made an oath to protect the Imperium, with no regard for my own life. Do you want to question my dedication?
So what is your plan?
My faith in the Emperor will protect me from the faithless. I was also planning to blast through the unclean with the devastating force of my weaponry.
I'll have the transport ship ready, just in case.
Okay, that's kind of cool for... Is that turrets? For a moment there I thought it was the outside of a ship or something. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, I do see kind of like a head between... Not that the head with the, you know, the rhinoceros horn, but sort of like, you know, to the left of the machine gun. Unlocked item type great axe. +1 toughness point and +1 passive skill point. Okay. Damn, that's too bad. Yeah, but, and then somebody else I know played it, and they were like, yeah, this game is, like, okay, so I went looking one day. I won't get into the whole ordeal, but I went and looked up, like, to see if anybody was playing Black Mirror, because I kind of wanted to watch somebody play it out a bit, just so I can, like, you know, take it in and see what it is, and, you know, more, you know, you know, if in case I was going to, you know, jump into it anytime soon. Long story short, it was only recordings of the person doing it, like, just, like, you know, almost kind of, like, very recent, not like, recently, but, like, when I was watching it, it was, like, recent at the time, and this was, like, last year, or maybe in 2019, it was one of the two, anyway. Anyway, the only thing I will say is this. I went into her stream and she was playing she was playing something. What was it there? I think she was playing Outlast. No, she wasn't playing Outlast. She was playing a game there that I didn't really have any care to watch because I watched, like, enough of the game already that I don't really feel like watching other people play it, basically. So I was like, hey, I gave you a follow because you played this game. And, you know, I was looking forward to seeing, like, what you thought of it, like, when, you know, by, like, sitting there watching you play it, since you recently just started it at the very beginning. And, you know, you weren't sure what to do, but, you know, I was kind of hoping to, you know, I wanted to sit there and watch you play it, because you were still, you know, quite new to the game, and I get to learn a bit about the game myself and stuff like that. She's like, oh yeah, that game moved way too slow, not enough going on, so I quit. And I'm like, you deleted the game? And they're like, yeah, I deleted the game, I'm not coming back to it. And I'm like, oh, well, that's a shame. And I ended up getting into a fight with her because this was around the time when the BioShock collection was coming out the month after. I was like, oh yeah, and I'm like, BioShock games are coming out next month. I'm like, too bad it's not streamable. And I said, because everything's blocked from it. And she's like, no, it's not. And then I'm like, yeah, it is. The whole game's blocked because of the digital rights media, DRM lock. Like, you know, just copyrighted content and all this stuff and whatever. And I'm like, it's blocked. And she's like, no, it's not. I've seen people play it. And I'm like, not the PlayStation version, but anybody can stream it from their PC on PC or from Xbox because it doesn't have that kind of stuff, right? And then she was like, don't tell me that I've never seen the PS4 version streamed. And I'm like, okay, I will grant people are streaming the PS4 version, but through their PC capture cards. It's not the same thing. People are not streaming it from their PS4, and that's what I was talking about. And she's like, people are streaming it from their PS4. And I'm like, yeah, but all you'll see is a blue screen. She goes, no, you won't. And I'm like, okay, I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they didn't change anything, but, you know, we'll see when the time comes. And then, like, you know, so she was getting heated. So I'm sitting there, you know, watching her play this game or whatever, and I make the occasional comments or whatever, and then I realize she's not even answering me anymore. So I messaged her a few times and nothing, and I'm like, what the heck? So I continued watching, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to refresh the page and see what happens. I refresh the page, and I have a message pop up saying, you have been banned from this channel. And I was like, really? Okay. And I'll admit if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not one of those petty people who will never admit that they were wrong. I will admit that I'm, you know, that I'm wrong, but the thing is I know about these things because I look into this stuff heavily when it comes to things. And she was telling me otherwise, and I'm like, no, this is not the case. So, anyway, I never went back to see, you know, how wrong she was when it became free. But I messaged her through Twitter when I had a Twitter account, and I said to her, this is, and I'm like, okay, I'm like, I think it's pretty petty that your people had me banned because I was telling you different. Like, I wasn't trying to argue with you. I was telling you what I know because I greatly look into these things, and then you were telling me something different. And then when I asked you, because I also said this too, I forgot to mention that, I asked for proof. I'm like, can you show me a PlayStation? Because at first I was like, I'm like, like, this is streamable now? And I'm like, can you link me to somewhere that you've seen it recently streamed? Because she told me that she saw it somewhere recently streamed. I'm like, well, can you show me where this was recently streamed from? So I can see it myself. And I'm like, if that's the case, then I'll download this game and I'll play it again. I already own what I wanted to own on the PS3, which is the first game. And I played the second and third game through PlayStation Plus. So, and she's like, no, I can't, she's like, no, I'm not gonna link it. And I'm like, well, I didn't mean like right now, and I mean like after your stream. And she's like, no. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me something, but yet you can't show proof to back up your claim. I can link you to a stream to back up my claim. I just gotta go look. Then I can be like, see? Blocked. Anyway, and then I just sent it to her, and I was just like, yeah, we'll see when the day comes, when it's free for PS Plus users, that you can't stream this game. And then she was just like, well, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. No, because I blocked her, so I didn't get a response back. Because I didn't want to sit there, and I just wanted to get the last word and just pee her off even more, basically. But I just said to her, I was just like, we'll see when the day comes when you try streaming it without a PC capture card. If you can stream it on the PS4. Because I'll tell you this right now, you won't be able to. And just a heads up, I know what I'm talking about. When you say you know what you're talking about, but you won't provide proof, it just makes it look like you're a know-it-all. and you're always right, and you're not always right. I'm not always right, but I know I'm right in this situation, and I had proof to provide, but you had me blocked because you're petty. And yeah. Bye. And then I left. But yeah, and then so I blocked her. So I was waiting to see if anybody else would have like heard, you know, stuff about it and stuff like that. And then like I went to go and check her stream like the next day, and she was like, yeah, somebody, like, we banned somebody in like our room there because he was arguing with me because he was saying that like this game was streamable or this game wasn't streamable and stuff like that. And I seen people stream this game, blah 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 blah, and I'm like shaking my head. She didn't say anything about the Twitter message or anything. I don't know if she noticed or maybe she already mentioned it. But anyway, but yeah, but somebody on my actual friends list both said that the game was too slow, not enough was happening within the first half hour of the game. And I just cringed and I just shook my head. And I was just like, you give a game a half hour to realize you don't like this game? But whatever. To me, it sounds interesting and it looks interesting. And I ended up getting it because of the Humble Bundle back in like 2017, 2018. Anyway, the expedition. The clues I found led me to the following conclusions. Recently, a sizable Imperial expedition landed on the Fortress Monastery, led by a certain Lord Inquisitor Klosterheim. The purpose and the current whereabouts of these explorers are still unknown, although judging by the large number of casualties they have suffered, I assume that the expedition must have had considerable numbers. Lord Inquisitor Klosterheim had Inquisitors, interrogators, and his retinue, I guess. Some of this font is really kind of hard to like make out for me. Some words anyway. Also, some Space Marines from the Stormwatcher chapter. I find it troubling that the Caligari Conclave neglected to reveal the existence of this expedition to me. Reward 600 XP. Claim. Madness Incarnated. Campaign mission. Here we go. Hold on a moment. I'm gonna put in some skill points here. I got 2 to use. I'm going to put in 1.5% bleed damage bonus and 1.5% bleed damage bonus. There we go. Let's go into this. This Humble Bundle's still a thing for PS4. The occasional games popped up and stuff like that, but ever since IGN took it over, they only did one PS4 Humble Bundle, and that was it. And apparently ever since IGN took over a Humble Bundle, it was never the same again. Apparently they kind of like stopped doing PC games, and they stopped doing PS4 games. Like, well, they very rarely did PS4 games. You'd be lucky if you got like 2 bundles in 1 year. Usually it was like a bundle a year and stuff like that. There was one There was one PS4, or there was one PlayStation Humble Bundle that I passed on because most of it was PS3 games, and it was 2K games. The 2K series, like 2K games. Like, oh, here's XCOM this, the Declassified. Here's this. Here's this. Here's this. Here's this. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, most of these games I either got through PS Plus or games that I own, or I just don't care about these games. I just don't really have any interest in owning them. Yeah, I could get some of these because, what do you call it there? Charity. But overall, I just looked at like what was there, and a part of me was just like, yeah, no. If most of this was like PS4 games, I'd jump right on that, but it's not. So I had no interest. Then there was one other one. Yes, I get it. And then there was one other one where, it was a Sega one, but I ended up buying that. Then they had one there that I bought, and then they repeated it the same time, you know, towards the end of the year. They're like, oh, it's the same bundle, and I'm like, that's great. And I'm like, yeah, no thanks. I already bought this. No interest. Game with all expansions worth $23. Hey, Kinky Gore. I'll tell you this right now. I'm just in the tutorial stage, and I've been streaming for 2 hours because I've been kind of like taking my time while talking and stuff like that. I'm just playing this to see if it's worth buying the upgrade pack, which is 8 something Canadian. But I will say this. Like, I know I'm only in, like, the tutorial stages because I'm just, like, taking my time through things and whatever and just enjoying the game for what it is, but... Hold on a sec.
Welcome to the Martyr, Inquisitor. Not exactly the army I imagined, but reinforcements at last.
So, you do realize now that I don't belong to your expedition?
I do, and I regret the confusion. We were not expecting any guests on this Emperor-forsaken wreck. And first I thought that you must belong to Klosterheim's retinue. That fool brought a whole army of busybodies and interrogators with him.
You must tell me everything about this man, his expedition, and the Martyr. But first, I'll disable the teleport jammer.
The cogitator that overrides the jammer is 2 hallways away, and the whole control deck is swarming with feral tribes. Why do you think I'm stuck in this hole? They're keeping us pinned down in here.
Time to turn the tide together, Sergeant.
Inquisitor, we have a problem.
Now is not a good time.
Activator deploying minefield.
Ready to fight!
World skill. You have picked up a world skill. This skill can only be used a limited amount of times. As the counter shows, and only one type of them can be equipped at the same time. If you pick up a new one, the current world skill will be replaced. Okay. Enemies left. Wave 1. Oh, there's waves. Okay. I'm not sure if you're still there, Kinky, but I will say this. Based on what this game entails so far, this game's okay. The sad thing is there's no co-op for this story campaign, but there is multiplayer to be had in this game, but I just have yet to come across where that kicks in.
But Inquisitor, I'm sure they will drag their filthy god here to help them out.
Their what?
We interrogated some of these tribesmen. They are all descendants of the original crew. Anyway, during centuries of drifting through the void, one of their generations forgot about our holy emperor and found new things to worship.
And what would this god be?
Madness incarnated, they call it. It could be anything, if you ask me, but nothing good.
Inquisitor, listen to me. The monastery is...
I'm in the middle of something. Later!
Still there, Gunner? I remember I was telling you about my situation with that person there that played the game, but yeah, that's the reason why I ended up getting that game, or having that game. Like, I realized it had nothing to do with the Black Mirror, like, Netflix show, and I'm fine with that, because not everything needs to be based off a show. But it's not bad. It is what it is, but from, like, what I've seen of it. But I like the art and design
blast of weapons.
of it.
I wish
so
my
far.
brothers were here
There's not
to
really
hear
much I
this
could say,
canticle of death.
because I see very little of the game.
Which chapter do you belong to? I'm not familiar with this iconography.
I am Sergeant Caius Thorm of the Stormwatcher Space Marines.
Explain. I don't know that chapter.
I would be truly disappointed if you did. Our existence is secret, our numbers are few, and our burden is terrible. We are the Watchers in the shadows, but rest assured, we are the sanctioned blades of the Calgary Conclave.
Doing what, exactly?
Dying gloriously during classified inquisitorial missions. Could we talk about this later?
Inquisitor, the monastery shows signs of...
Not now!
You're enjoying it so far? That's good. Yeah, I remember you told me there that you had the, what do you call it there? The Inquisitor, or not the, what am I talking about? You bought that game, the last non-honorary game, during the, what do you call it there? I don't understand that. Whatever. Isn't that a little weird? Oh, wow. Holy smokes, I had no idea. Mission failed. Damn, that sucked. I thought the waves were only coming from one way there for a moment, so I was like, okay, I'll just stick it with it. Do I have all the non-airy games? Oh yeah. I bought that a year ago? Maybe 2? I didn't make any purchases yet because I was waiting to play a bit of this game to figure out, is this something that I want to get the DLC for the upgrade pack? And I wanted to answer Kinky Gore with a yes, but I'm afraid that I don't want to say yes to him and then have them or him or her say, you know, this game sucks. Why did I listen to this guy? So for me, it's too early to tell. Like, I kind of want to say, based on what I've played so far, part of me wants to say, yeah, it's not too bad. And, you know, for 23 bucks, I say go for it, because it's just 23 bucks, but 23 bucks is a bit.
Welcome to the
And with some of the sales on there, you could get something,
So, you do...
you know, that's more, you know, up their alley compared
Now is not a good
to this,
time.
so...
Well then, that was a
The monastery...
I'm in the middle of something. Later.
yeah. Oh. Alright. Back up this way. I just really wish this game had a multiplayer aspect for it online for campaign.
Thundering blast of weapons. I wish my brothers were here to hear this canticle of death.
Talking about brothers, which chapter do you belong to? I'm not...
Oh yeah, I already read that. Oh.
Inquisitor, the monastery shows signs of...
Not now!
Say this though, one of the games there that I need to get like around the plane is I need to get back to Kingdoms of Amalur, sadly, because yeah, I just been neglecting that ever since having my hard drive failure, because I've been waiting long enough to see if there was any more issues to proceed before we get back into that game. And there hasn't been, thankfully.
You are truly doing the Emperor's work, Inquisitor. Keep it up. We've crushed their main forces. Let's move out and disable that jammer.
Before their god arrives?
Trust me, it is already close. I wonder what it looks like.
After we have disabled the jammer, we must find Lord Klosterheim.
Oh, yes, that two-faced hypocrite. I have already lost a battle brother because of him, and then he left me down here to die. But now, move!
Let's take a look at this cogitator.
A humble tract on the violent changes in the behavior of the machine spirit. Name Martyr. Logged by Engineer Seer Theta 17B Lucan. Operator Confessor to the Great Machine Spirit of the Murderer. Summary: after the rites of the diagnostics and reciting the necessary hymns to placate its mood, I prayed to the machine spirit and humbly asked it to confide in me about the causes of the recurrent system failures, corrupted data, why the automatic defense system of the Martyr destroyed the rogue trader cruiser, and why the Martyr initiated conflicts with the non-hostile vessel of an explorator fleet, thus corrupt data. The machine spirit of the Martyr denies cooperation, citing the Sacred Order 947.A as issued by our spiritual leader, the late Uther Tiberius. Addendum: no executable directive exists under this name. The machine spirit claims that the Martyr must follow a determined route to a classified location, and that the protection of the Martyr is top priority, and it asserts its rights to override the Martyr Override the of the? To override the of the. Anyway, to override the of the Martyr automated weapon systems and the teleportarium in times of need. Assessment: possible warp infestation of the machine spirit. Sorry, invoking the conclave of the imminent system purge. Warning: searching databanks, content missing.
These records are disturbing. This martyr has a mind of its own.
At your command.
Okay. It's a dead end. Have I played Nier? No, I've never played any of the Nier series. But I already read the endings and stuff like that. And yeah, I decided that it was more of a game for me to sit down and watch than me to sit down and play myself. I know it's not much of a thing to say, but...
Traitorous scum! Mockery to your honor! Perish, you filth!
Onwards!
Holy smokes.
I'm great. I've just killed a hell brute, a twisted mockery of a space marine. Praise the Emperor. I also have an Imperial space marine with grievous wounds, and I want to bring him aboard our ship.
Inquisitor, listen to me. The monastery has turned on the warp drives and is ready to leave the star system. Disable the jammer now.
Apparently I don't go that way.
At your command.
I've disabled the teleport jammer. At least I hope so.
Inquisitor, you must teleport back before the ship leaves. We don't know where it's headed, and worse, the jealous shields are probably compromised. Warp travel would kill you. Hurry up, you don't want to get stranded over there.
The others are like, what about us? Oh, good scene.
Inquisitor, are you all right?
I'm fine, Captain. I'm back on your ship, leaving the teleportarium as we speak. I need medical assistance down here for the Space Marine. What is happening to the Martyr?
It's preparing to enter the warp. I thought it was a derelict.
It is a derelict, Captain, which seems to attract the attention of both our allies and enemies. The Martyr is a mystery, but it is very much alive.
And your mystery ship is gone. What happens now?
I will notify the Caligari Conclave. Then we will wait and see.
Well, that was a thing. Nier Automata has an easy trophy list. Right on.
Inquisitor, my astropath has sent your audio log to the Caligari Conclave, as you requested.
Let me guess. Another local warp surge manifestation swallowed the message whole.
No, actually. We have received an official follow-up on your report.
That must be a mistake. It's the Imperial bureaucracy. I wasn't expecting to hear from them for a few standard years.
I have no idea what we found out there, but it must be really important. See for yourself.
Inquisitor, we are raising your clearance level. You are henceforth authorized to listen to confidential information without facing immediate excommunication. Your discovery has greatly intrigued the Conclave. You have found a ghost of the past, Inquisitor. The Martyr had strong ties to the Inquisition, and as such, it is very important to us. We all thought that the fortress monastery had been destroyed, with the exception of Lord Inquisitor Klosterheim. He dedicated his life to finding the Martyr, only to disappear without a trace. But now, you have proof of both the existence of the Martyr and the whereabouts of Lord Klosterheim. We want answers. Continue this investigation. Evaluate the data. Gather new clues and find the Martyr. Hopefully with Lord Klosterheim on board so he can explain his disappearance. We must remind you that this investigation requires absolute secrecy, and it will be your task, and your task alone.
Our task is to find a ghost ship in the vast expanses of the Imperium. How hard could it be?
The Space Marine I rescued was part of the expedition that found the Martyr somehow. If I can interrogate him, I'm sure he can help us.
That man is in stasis at the moment. He was torn into pieces. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a warrior of the Adeptus Astartes is not a simple mortal we can treat.
Indeed. We need a tech priest with unique skills and knowledge of the genetic material of the Adeptus Astartes. We need a Magos Biologos specialist, which could be difficult.
I come from a long line of rogue traders, Inquisitor. I know the secrets of this sector, and I can tell you where to find the tech priest you need. The Merciful Agony is a hospital fortress in the Chernobog system. It's also a secret research station of the Adeptus Mechanicus. You'll find a Magos Biologos there.
Bronze trophy achieved. The plot thickens. First trophy of the game. This is the command bridge of your ship, your base of operations where you can prepare for missions and manage your resources. Select the highlighted panels or NPCs to access the available management screens. For the moment, you have access to the shop at Ragna Van Winter, to your storage, and most importantly, the star map. You can now invite your friends to join your party by opening the navigational wheel and selecting social, or use the local co-op panel. Okay. Select the hollow table in the center when you're ready to step out among the stars and continue your journey. Unlock item type plasma gun. Unlock perk utility harness. Belt abilities, grenade mines, etc. Gain +2 charges. Supply crates give +1 charge. And a passive skill point. And then new level reached, level 6. Unlocked item type, heavy flamer. Unlocked item type, digital weapons. One passive skill point. Investigation completed. The cage. The clues I have discovered indicate that the machine spirit of the Martyr, which inhabits the fortress monastery and controls all systems and machinery on the decks, has probably gone mad, possibly during a warp incident, and it has been displayed paranoid tendencies for a long time now. It locked down the Martyr completely and trying to destroy approaching vessels to protect itself for unclear reasons. The Abandoned Colossus. Investigation completed. I can conclude at this point that the abandoned fortress monastery, which the cryptic distress signal came from, is called Martyr, and that it entered the Caligari sector roughly 5,000 years ago, after the Imperial Civil War, called the Age of Apostasy. The Martyr was commanded by an Inquisitor called Uther Tiberius, who had a very clear purpose for traveling here, and some of the members of his retinue had reasons to worry about his intentions. What exactly happened during the subsequent 5,000 years is unclear. At some point, the Martyr must have disappeared in the warp, and it was spat out by a recent warp surge in the system, already infested by the bile of Nurgle. Okay. Hey, Toto. Let's see, mailbox. Nothing. I have 0 mail. Extras, it says. What the? Sometimes Imperial troops need to be properly motivated and reminded of their duty. An Inquisitor is certainly more than capable of fulfilling this role, but they can't be in 2 places at once unless they possess a servo-commissar skull with pre-programmed litanies and admonishments? Couldn't really, if that was admonishments or admonishments. It looks like an A. Emote, oh my lord. Warcry, charge, skull effect, greetings, imperial bow, laugh, reservance, okay, cosmetics. Must obtain the corrosive DLC to unlock this item. Seal Inquisition DLC to unlock it. Must obtain the Burning Skulls DLC to unlock the item. Complete the Faith Undone priority arraignment DLC to unlock this item. Okay. So no helmet. You must complete the Mind Plague priority assignment DLC to unlock. It's a seasonal gift apparently. There's no helmet, and then there's that. Legendary seems so interesting. Okay. Imperial. Can't even read it. Avatar frames, nothing. Rosettes. Okay, that's a little weird. Accommodations. The accommodations display. Welcome to the accommodations display, where you can exhibit the accommodations you've earned during seasonal play. You will gain new items after completing a tier of the season. You need to start a new seasonal character to earn accommodations. You have 3 slots available where you can exhibit your items. Drag the available accommodations from the left into one of the 3 display slots. Close. Well, I got none, so good enough. Whatever. Let's go around a little more. Accommodation desk. Status casket. Or stasis casket. Store. Local co-op. Online multiplayer. Let's take a look at this real quick. Invite your friends to play together. Only the host can select missions from the star map, and other players in the party must accept the mission in order to play. If there are less than 4 players in your party, you can use the matchmaking function to join random missions with other people. Okay, but... well, these are just random missions. It's not storyline, because there's no storyline-based co-op in this game, which is sad. Oh, no. Damn it. It's got to create the session, I guess. No, I don't want that. It's kind of weird. So, things that I picked up for 100 Alex. Okay. Man, that's quite a bit of stuff, honestly. Alright. Inventory. Compare. Okay, so... I like how this great... oh. There we go. Pair. Oof. The item... the sword that I have since the beginning of the game, 5% quality versus equipped power sword. That's the only thing going for it, but since my damage is too higher, I'll stick with mine. 150, 168, yikes. What's this? Oh, hello. Plus 7% quality versus equipped power sword, suppress and shield. 4.9% chance to cause bleeding on physical skill hit. Plus 14% damage bonus for spinning blow. And 40 damage and 7 deflect. Hello. Equip. Let's see. Oh. Whoops. I just realized something here. 17 damage. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Alright, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I know what I did there. I accidentally switched my power sword for a great sword, so I had like 2 great swords. Yeah, that was my bad. Alright. 3740. Minus 4 quality. 6.5% critical damage. 9.9% chance of slow on critical hit. Okay. So 17 and 19 damage, 6 deflect and 8 deflect. Alright. I'll equip that. What's this? Power sword. Is that one-handed or... I guess? It's hard to tell. What if I select that? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Alright. It is a one Power sword, yeah, duh, never mind. So 26 damage, 3 deflect. 2.9% melee damage bonus, 3.1 HP per hit, 1.7 chance to slow on hit, okay. Demolition armor. Massacre power armor, common power armor. 3 all resist instead of 4. 202 max HP, that's better. 3.7% wound speed when surrounded. 8.1% suppression damage reduction. 8%, okay. No, I'm gonna equip it. Oh yeah, there's a great difference in... Okay, I like that, that's cool. Auto gun? No. Great sword. Let's see, 40-36, no. Auto pistol, las gun. Okay. Alright, that's cool, I guess, whatever. No. Okay. No. 11 damage, 13 damage, 16 plus 16 quality, 9.4% suppression damage bonus for burning effects, 3.6% chance to shock or poison skills hit, 4.2% chance to fear on critical hit. Interesting. I'll take it. Oh, it's the same thing over and over, okay. That's 11 damage. And what's this? 11 damage as well. Are you still having fun with Hunt Showdown? I never really got back into it. I went in... The last time I went in, I was checking to see why I wasn't gaining any more points. And apparently you were only allowed to get a maximum of 300 points and drops by watching streamers play the game, like certain streams. And I was sitting there and I was scratching my head and I'm like, why is this the case? Why is this happening? But I didn't know it at the time. And they're like, oh yeah, it says there that you can only earn so much like points like watching viewers. And I'm like, yeah, but in the thing there, it tells you how much points you can like earn in a day. So I assumed that, because like they say, after day 5 and onward of the event, you can earn up to 10,000 points. In other words, there's no cap. You can earn as many as you want. And it's been 5 days since it started, because it started on the 16th. So I was playing, and so I was watching streams, and I'm like, why am I not getting any more? This makes no sense. And then the streamer told me, she's like, oh yeah, it says this there. And I'm like, I didn't see that. I see that things were capped after certain days, but after day 5, it was no longer capped. So I figured I would still be earning points, and I just figured this thing was messed up. And it kind of like... It threw me off from like what it actually meant. So I was just like, whatever. But I played a little bit of the trials, which is basically challenges, like, oh, do this within this certain amount of time, and or without getting hit, and earn stars and all this stuff to gain like rewards for like the use in game and stuff like that. I tried a little bit of that, and I'm like, oh my god, this is hard. But yeah. Alright, so let's see. Did I equip that? I don't think I did. Oh, the iron plant, okay. I didn't know what that was there for a moment. 198 max HP for vulnerability duration, 70% damage bonus versus equipped frag grenade. I don't know. I mean, I like the grenade more. There's different grenades here, so let's see. 5% chance to slow on critical hit and 347 max energy shield for regenerating shields. Okay. What's this one? 4% quality, or plus 4 quality versus equipped frag grenade. 177 max HP. That because reasons. So what's this? Purity seal, 119 to 148. 20 suppression and regeneration, 10% to fear effectiveness against suppression. Plus 10 quality versus equipped purity seal. Okay. Okay. So 148 to 147 and 132. 138. So I'm gonna equip this one. No. Deflect against ranged attacks. 4.3 damage bonus against regular enemies. Damage bonus against Chaos Marines. Chance to add warp vulnerability on warp skill hit. And 7.5% damage bonus to execution effect. 1.1 plus 1.1 to all resistances. 8.5% suppression damage bonus for bleeding effects. Yeah, I got the one on that I want. Yeah, I already got the best one on for that. Oh yeah, what is this anyway? Okay. Plus 9% max HP gained from attributes. 2.8% movement speed with no enemies are present within 5 meters. Oh, the movement speed, okay. Iron plant. Max focus 11, 10. Oof. Eef. Well, I'm guessing it's this one because it's 11 max focus. 2.6%. Plus 2.6 critical hit strength. Plus 4.7% duration for slow, stun, shock effects, and 3.5% damage bonus when suppression status is protected. Okay. I'll put that on then. As for this, 168, 162, 168, 159, and 168 to 150. No. Everything else can be sold. Hello, what's this? This looks like a heavy 18 damage though. Oh man, that's terrible. No. Everything else I have can be pretty much sold, I'm pretty sure. Whoa, hold on a moment. Wait, what? Excuse me? like, why didn't it change? Oh, because I had that stuff over there. I got it now. Okay. So my base damage here is 70, a bit more than my greater sword. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let's go to the passive skill point stuff. Let's put in, it says, plus 7% melee damage bonus when only one enemy is within 5 meters. There's always usually multiple enemies. That's kind of dumb. 7%, yeah. Oh, when at least 3 enemies are within 5 meters. Okay, that's better. Oh, hold on. Okay. 5% damage bonus to the next attack on deflect. Okay. Right. About that. Well, before I go off and spend that skill point, just want to take a look at this stuff. Plus 1 grenade charge. Okay. Alright. Single DPS. What? I don't know what. What do I put in for this? It says that there's some line, but there's nothing put in here. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Critical hits. Oh, you need to complete the heroic deed to unlock. Alright. Yeah, of course, that's the reason. Makes sense. I should be putting this stuff up, but I am playing on like the easy mode because I wasn't sure exactly what to expect from this game. So I am gonna put some of this stuff up. Put that, and I'll put this. Is there a journal? Okay. Already clicked that. Where who's this?
You have called for me, Inquisitor, and I am here to serve.
From now on, I will need you on the bridge, Astropath. Connect to your fellow Astropaths in the choir of the Caligari Conclave, and pass me the messages which deal with priority assignments.
As you wish, Inquisitor.
Okay. What game do you find very underrated? If we're talking about PS4, we'll just stick to the PS4. Very underrated. Bloodborne? No, I'm just kidding. Very underrated. Here's the thing. I like a lot of games that tend to have not a lot of people liking. Like, I like Knack. A lot of people hate Knack. They're like, oh my god, it's so awful. But I actually like Knack. I don't think it's as bad as what people say it is. And when I say as bad, it makes it sound like I'm still saying it's bad. But I think it's no way, shape, or form a bad game. It's mediocre at least. And that's like, you know, within like a 5 and 6 range on a scale of 10. But I find it better than that. I would say it's more like an 8. But I think it's fine for what it is. It's an enjoyable game to play. I mean, it's not anything to write home about, but I mean, as long as you're having fun playing it, that's what matters. And I have fun with it. Like, some people could be like, yeah, but it's completely forgettable. And I can understand to a certain degree, like, but I just remember, like, 3 characters. There's the old guy with, like, the spiky hair, who apparently lost his wife, because she died or something. And then there's the blonde-headed guy that has his, like, hair in, like, a ponytail. But there's a voice actor in that is on some comedy shows, and his voice, like, stands out. I like, you know, so, you know, the voice acting in the game, you know, may not be like, oh, Nolan North, or whatever that other guy, what's his name? Troy Baker and stuff like that, but I don't know. The thing is that, I mean, the voice acting's fine in the game. I enjoy listening to it, like, when I play the game. Like, it's not atrocious that you just want to, like, you know, plug your ears and go la 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 dialogue la la. But yeah, anyway, there's plenty of games there that I enjoy. Like, another game that I'll mention that I liked, and I liked the concept of it, but it didn't do well in sales, so we'll never get another game out of it, is Murdered Soul Suspects. And a lot of people were like, oh, this is, like, terrible, like, this is boring, and all this stuff, and whatever, but, like, for me, I enjoy it.
Who are you, Thorn? You and your mysterious storm watchers. We will make you whole again. I have questions for you.
Local co-op, that's cool. Oh yeah, she's the store, okay. Alright. So there's the stuff to buy on the right, and here's the stuff I can sell on the left. Oh. Okay. So, sell. 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 Right. Sell. 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 That's a sell. Sell. But everything else there I want there. So, item. Please. 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 Oh no. Place there. You go here. So. So, there we go. If I ever want to use a gun, which I don't think I ever want to because this person's not known to use the gun, but yeah, interesting. Rogue trader? Oh yeah, that's their stuff, right, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I kind of don't really want to go about this because... I need to be a certain level in order to use some of this stuff. Okay, good to know. But... oh, I didn't get any oculators. I never even thought of that until now. Alright. You still here, Gunner? So yeah, this isn't too bad. I'll just keep with what I have for now, because I'd like to get new stuff that way. Close. Glory? No, not social. Glory? Gain glory points by accomplishing missions, higher difficulty missions, or more glory points at the beginning. Each week you'll receive the highest reward. You unlock the glory chart will reset one day. Week 126. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to go about that, because I'm not even sure what the heck this is. Gonna pretend I know exactly everything that's going on. Ooh, I see. Oh, that's very impressive. Look at those numbers. Oh, weekly glory. Wait, what? The bastard one. Folks. Plus 20% credits gained from missions we could plunder. So I have no idea what that means, but let's go to the thing there. Key.
This is Meta-Surgeon Agrippa 723 Theta speaking. How can I assist you, Inquisitor?
Oh, I thought she was reading that to me. Okay. Well, never mind then. This hospital fortress employs a legion of trained doctors and med servitors. It is not an ordinary infirmary, but a facility dedicated to the treatment of Inquisitors and also a secret research station. The fortress is equipped with equipment blessed by the Machine God, and a separate ward deals with Inquisitors who want to undergo some genetic modifications and are willing to pay the price. Dialogue. Generator Agrippa 723 Theta. This is a Meta-Surgeon Agrippa 723 Theta speaking. How can I assist you, Inquisitor? Your answer. I have a space marine on my ship with grievous injuries. I need a Magos Biologist immediately.
Your request cannot be granted. I suggest that you seek medical assistance elsewhere.
I'm on a special assignment from Caligari Conclave. I must insist. Genitor, don't make me ask twice.
Allow me to clarify. The Magos Biologus with the required skill set is unavailable. Current status. Assigned to priority level research for atonement and gathering of sacred data.
Where can I find this Magos Biologist?
Our brethren have been studying an epidemic on the St. Abelard relay station. We lost contact with the station recently.
An epidemic, huh? Great. My. Anyway. St. Abelard? Relay station, okay. Population 72,000. Type void station. Significant moderate. Adeptus Administratum. One of the big commercial hubs of the subsector. This heavily fortified void station has a secluded monastery pylon, which serves as a very important astropath relay station, transmitting messages, encrypted manifestos, and highly confidential code psalms to the various star systems in the subsector. Alright, campaign mission number 2. Okay, campaign plus 23% damage dealt and plus minus 19 damage suffered. Experience points 800, glory 10, system influence 10, fate 1. Alright. Let's see what happens next. Gunnar, are you still there? I'm bummed about the BBC thing there. I enjoyed watching that channel. Can't believe it's gone.
The epidemic that spread through the relay station was just the prelude to a full-scale chaos infestation. The Void Station is in total lockdown until the decontamination teams and the Imperial Guard troops arrive, and that could take time.
Quarantine doesn't concern me, Captain. Think of me as decontamination crew and support team in one.
Do you really believe that the Magos Biologus you seek is there, alive?
There are still people on the station. Metrodora Thelema is a sacred priest of the Omnissiah. I believe she can take care of herself.
Alright. Interesting. What else is new?
Inquisitor, if you don't mind me asking, why are you so sure this kind of thing will help your investigation?
It's a space important member of Klosterheim's retinue. Even if their relationship is as strained as it seems, he must have been very close to the Lord Inquisitor, and he could have knowledge of important details.
excuse me. Okay, can't carry that. Okay, so what I want to do is go back the way I came, but go to the right instead of the left. Because that's what I did. So I went left instead of right. Or maybe... Oh, I just looked around. Okay. Alright. I wish I was able to get a bigger look at the map. I was able to get a bigger look at the map, then I could be like, ooh, okay. But nope. So... Oh, right, okay. So, I guess I did go back, because I needed to. That's right. What was that? I just noticed my health, you know, within that, like, thing there, the red. I didn't even notice that. I was paying attention to the green and yellow and red, color, bars. I figured that, I don't know why I was thinking that was my health. I wasn't really paying attention in the middle. Like, I just noticed it now, and I'm like, duh. Of course, that's the health. So stupid. Continue going down here. That's the way I needed to go. Just wanted to be 100% sure.
Inquisitor, I have completed the task you gave me. There is no trace of the Martyr anywhere in the logbooks of my ship. This ship is ancient and has traveled everywhere in the sector, and still, nothing.
I suspected that much. It was worth a try.
I wish I had the treasured logbook of my rogue trader clan. It has been in the possession of my family since my ancestor received the warrant of trade.
What happened to that logbook?
It has disappeared when the Inquisitorial Purge destroyed the clan headquarters.
Indeed, quite unfortunate, Captain.
Angel of Death. Okay. Okay with that. this way and see what happens. Blood sacrifice, bronze trophy achieved. Starting to think I should have just threw a grenade at them. I don't know. I'm gonna go and get that exclamation point, because who knows what that's about. I'm just hoping that it doesn't end my mission. Goodbye, Departamento Monitorum Kappa 6789 Protocol. Inquiry, bunch of numbers, or A override. Warning, classified report. Militarium Tempestus eyes only. Grade Primus V clearance only. Or Primus 5. Last defensive perimeter collapsed. Loss of the base is imminent. Lord Commissioner Baron has fallen. I took command of the remaining forces in the Librarium as the ranking officer. The Astropath Corridor is confirmed as lost. I ordered Bravo Squad to retreat with the survivors, but their chances, considering the hostile activity in the Void Dock, are minimal. As of this moment, Tempestus Garrison St. Abelard Calchair has ceased to function as a fighting entity. I shall follow the standard Exodus protocol the Emperor protects. Note 1. The engineer, finally managed to identify the source of the initial chaos. An evasive scrap code debilitated the machine spirit, cut our communication, and destroyed the primary data vault. The secondary data vault is particularly salvageable. The tech priest managed to online a firewall litany before total data lost. His words. Note number 2. According to Lord Commissar Baron, the primary objective of the attack was very specific: to capture the St. Abelard Astropath Choir and block the Chernobog telepathic duct. Is there a connection to recent outbreaks? Such elaborate tools and coordination are way beyond the capabilities of simple heretic cells. This attack may be part of a greater operation. Further investigation advised. New clue. Saving Caius Thorn. Yeah, never mind. I'm not reading all that. Don't really feel like reading it. It's like way too long. I said this is going to be about a 3-hour stream at most, and here it is a lot longer. What is it? 3 hours and 39 minutes. Most of it was me talking and whatever, but yeah, sometimes I just need to move along and just focus on the game more than to just ranting
Inquisitor, our algo readings have suddenly spiked to alarming levels. You've reached the center of the chaos infestation. Stay alert. Try to find a cogitator that can grant you access to the data vaults.
What's this up here that's kind of lit up? Tech shrine? That was interesting at least. No idea what that did, but too late.
This is the central cogitator of the station. If this Magos Biologus tried to send a report to her superiors, it must be logged here.
So much for that. Alright. Calgary Sector, Segmentum, Tempest, Clarisan A, question marks, date, okay, decrypted message. This is Met, question mark, Aura, the question mark, EMA, recording my I'm guessing it's supposed to be a message for, astropathic transmission, I guess, because some of it's, you know, question marked out. My work is finished here. I have lost 14 teammates to this fascinating melody. No, not melody. Milady? Which supplied me with valuable subjects that made the identification of the pathogen possible. The infection is undeniably impairing, and my research indicates that it must have been transferred to the something. View one of incoming cargo vessels. I have narrowed down the possible sources to 3 worlds and the subsector. I will visit all 3 to locate the source of the epidemic. Praise to the Omnissiah. Yikes. Yay, another game about a, you know, deadly virus. That's great.
I missed the Magos Biologus on the station.
At least this is
I
more
logged the 3
fantasy
potential
based.
destinations where I could find
Even
her.
though it may have, like,
I hope she's worth all this trouble.
you know, real virus implications in the game, you know, to our real world. Well, not the stuff that's happening now, but, you know. Like, I don't think they're going to be making up, like, virus stuff in the game, but yeah. Oh, it's telling me to quit with the touchpad. Okay, well, at least there's that. So if I wanted to go back and search for stuff, I can. So that's good. And then teleport out. It's just we don't really need to sit down and... I just don't really want to sit down and play games where it's like, oh, hey, I'm not going to be... You know, well, with the whole, like, pandemic that's going on right now, I just kind of hate playing games where it's, like, pandemic-wise and stuff. Like, Resident Evil doesn't really count. And people are like, yeah, but why not? It's still the same thing. I'm like, yeah, but zombies. Zombies. I look at, like, you know, it's more, like, made-up stuff and whatever. Like, they could be talking about real things, but it led to, like, fantasy stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. That's why I don't mind Resident Evil, but, like, this may not be so bad either, but when I take, like, 428 Shibuya Scramble, when I did that, they were taking, like, real-life viruses, and they're talking about, like, real-life stuff and stuff that can happen or whatever, except the game stuff there was just, you know, written for, you know, fantasy stuff based, but they're talking about, you know, viruses, like, legitimately, like, concerning, like, you know, and all this stuff and whatever, but anyway. Passive skill point. Arvid's shock tactics. Tactical knowledge accumulated by the Adeptus Arbites through enforcing imperial law over 1 million planets. Okay. Oh, that's the unlocked skill tree, okay. Power Axe. Unlocked item type Power Axe, okay. Yes, whatever. Let's look in the inventory, see what new stuff I got. Compare. So, 25% cooldown reduction for the inoculator, plus 12% supply box charges, plus 7.6 HP regeneration per second. 12 capacity to 11 capacity. Okay. Equip. Key, 3.7 movement speed when surrounded, 8.1% suppression damage reduction from 22 loot quantity, plus 22 loot quantity, plus 1.9 to all resistances, and 8.3 damage bonus for area of effect skills. Okay. 25. Oh, well, then I know what I'm going for. I'm going for this thing. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Put that back on. Definitely interesting, I should say. 10 to 12, okay. Okay, so that's that. So everything else is pretty much what I had before. Well, except for this stuff, apparently. Hmm. 4.9% HP regeneration, 3.5 chance. Okay. 3.5% chance of shock on vulnerability skill hit. Okay. Take that out. Go to the passives. Going back to melee combat, I guess. Since I put a little bit of work into that already. 1.5% melee damage bonus. But what was this thing again? 5% damage bonus to the next attack on deflect. I guess I'll just go with this. And the next time around, I'll just go for this here. I want to start putting things into other categories, but part of me is just like, nah, I'm good. Oh, yeah, right. I was working on debuffs there, wasn't I? I don't know where it's going to start me, but I'll wait for the next time we get points to take a look at that then. Morality I can't get into yet. That's fine. Still working on my way up there, but you know, whatever. It is what it is. Inventory. over the 4-hour mark. Welcome to Star Map. You haven't unlocked the Caligari sector. The Star Map is where you can navigate through the game world and accept missions. From now on, you'll be able to choose from different types of missions and travel between star systems as well as subsectors here. The number next to the locations indicate the difficulty of the missions. Compared to your character's level, the greater your ambitions become, the higher costs you might pay, although your rewards will increase as well. If you want to take bigger risks, you can also increase the rate of challenge with the Others Tarot cards. Check the journal to learn more about the game mechanisms. Or mechanisms, yeah. So that's a 5. I guess instead of Chernobyl, it's Chernobog. Interesting. So I gotta go back in here because there's a 5 and I'd rather go into that instead of getting my butt kicked. Well, I guess I could do this here. This is Planets 4. But it says here Protector, and this is Scotty 13, and I'm guessing that's a PSN ID because that doesn't sound like something that's in the game. So I have no idea. Let's see what it has. Influence. Very old and relatively peaceful system which has been spared the whimsical Caligari warp surges, making it a safe haven in the subsector. However, nowadays it's also considered a backwater system that with no real significance, and its slow descent into decrepitude is already showing signs of corruption. Okay, let's do this one, I guess. We'll see how I fare out. I guess I have to be a level 10 in order to do this, but we'll see how this plays out, I guess. Because a part of me is just like, okay, this doesn't seem that bad, but I mean, I'm like, what, level 7, level 8? Available in recruitments too. I thought I had 3. I own a 5, I guess? Frozen Wasteland campaign mission, bunker busting work, Bear Vanguard, Plague Vanguard. I kind of just am lost here. I'm just clicking into things and I'm like, let's see how this plays out. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go into this one, I guess. See how this goes. Reinforced Astra Militarum installations were infected by a pseudo-demonic dark Mechanicus virus. When confronted by Ordo engineers performing rites of electro-exorcism, the parasite conjured unholy minions from the Immaterium. Orders demolish all counter battery units so the bunker can be destroyed with orbital mutations. Remaining time 4 minutes and 58 seconds, or 4 hours and 58 minutes. I don't know. Whatever. Minus 37 damage dealt, plus 50% damage suffered. Ooh. I'm hoping this doesn't kick my ass. I don't know what I'm getting into. I'm just assuming it's based on like what the difficulty is compared to like my level. Like I'm like a 7 or an 8 and this is a 10, so I'm hoping that I can handle it. So I'm gonna see how things go. That's all I can do, pretty much right at this point. I'm kind of liking this game so far.
To mark a bunker for an aerial strike. The target is reinforced by anti-aircraft artillery, so you must take out the foot soldiers and guns first, then finish the bunker. All this, taking it in stride single-handedly over seemingly pointless intrigues of the Holy Order.
You can't touch me.
You did a short work of that one, Inquisitor, but there is more.
Damn. Okay. I was taking a look at the BBC Canada. So apparently BBC Canada first launched in September 7th, 2001, and then they closed down. It says it got closed on December 31st, 2020. That blows big time. Just give me a quick moment, folks. Wow. So apparently they launched a new streaming service called BBC Select here in Canada, United States, and it's gonna programming will be tied to culture, politics, and ideas. I don't care. There's enough TV stations that is dedicated to news, which has like a lot of politics in it. I don't need this to whatever. Like, I want to get away from like the news, not because of everything that's going on, but because the news is always depressing no matter what. Before everything that's happened, in 2020, but here we are. Still got this apparently, and I'm like, yeah, that's nice. Stuff I don't care about, or not care, well, stuff that I have no interest in, watching basically.
To worry about. Keep going.
One more. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, I only pay attention to like one local news station, and that's it. For things. That's basically to stay away from where, where the virus is. And that's it. But anyway. tell how much XP I need. Oh, there's a bar at the bottom. It's kind of cut off by my TV, so I didn't notice that. Damn it. Alright. Well, that blows. Goodbye, BBC Channel. Lame is all I can say. Lame, I tell you. Lame. I'm tired of these streaming services. I just want to watch TV on my TV, what I want to watch. And then they like go to take stuff away that I do watch, and then they add more friggin' news channels that you can shake a stick at, and it's like, come on. Enough with the news channels. Give me channels with stuff that I want to watch. And BBC Canada never had any news or anything political on there. And I'm like, oh, this is great, this is lovely. But nope, then they shut that down, and I'm like, thanks, really appreciate it. So, pay for streaming services that has nothing to do with me. That's great. My lord. These enemies are just coming right out of the woodwork. It's over here. I see what's going on. Or maybe not. Oh, here it is, right here. Oh, I already have that. What? Okay. You chew on this.
Your head on
Funny how I was able to find the other two easy, but now I can't even find this other one. And I'm like, what the? Wait, do I go across here? I doubt it's over here, but yeah, no. I still highly doubt it. I have no idea what that is. Continue. That's the end, apparently. End of the map. Cool. Just got rid of him for me. Thank you. When you're telling, I said no. It's not that.
is located. Potentially useful assets, but their current situation is terminal. Immediate action required.
You have activated a side quest. They can be found randomly during various missions, but you don't need to do them in order to successfully complete the main objective. If you complete 25 side quests, you can acquire the Stalwart Servant heroic deed, which unlocks a new skill tree and trophy.
At your command. At your command.
Hostile unit down. Rinse and repeat. In the name of the Emperor, of course.
Okay, all AA batteries statuses are down. But where do we go from here? That's the question. Walks into a post. Good job. GG 1010.
Ready to fight.
Nice. Another level of baby.
For the Emperor. Thinking like a
I see a glowing thing there on the map now. If that was always there, I didn't realize it until now.
At your command.
Get away from there, guys. guys.
Objective completed. Great work down there. Is it heresy to think that these hostiles were a bit out of your league?
Almost got killed twice, maybe 3 times even. It's not exactly fun, but I survived. That's the point. But holy smokes. That was clench your butt cheeks, get out of there, like, close. Level reached. Unlocked item, bolt pistol. Berserker, plus 25% damage bonus and halved cooldown for mobility skills below 50% HP. Passive skill. Unlocked item type, stun grenade. Unlocked item type, grenade launcher. Plus 1 warfare point and plus 1 passive skill point. Cool. Large bore. Kill enemies with heavy weapons. Crusader only. Reward plus 1 warfare tribute point. Heroic deed completed. Legendary Carnage. Deal damage with critical hits. Reward Keen Fury. Perk unlocked. Greater Ferocity. Kill enemies with critical hits. Reward Survival Instinct Override. Perk unlocked. System influence. Aethon system. Level 1 influence achieved. Reward Fate 20. Okay, there we go. Go to options here for a quick moment. Video, audio. I hope everything's saved, because I didn't see a save around, so I'm just like, okay. I think the game just saved on its own. I'm hoping that's the case. And it seems like it, because this is character level 9 there, so we good. It's all good. So yeah. Anyway, based on what I played, it's not bad. It's alright. It's just that, you know, it's top-down like Diablo. It's what was to be expected. And overall, I think I'm gonna buy the DLC? Maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna buy the DLC, screw it. What I played of it is not too bad. The story, like I'm just thrown into the game and I don't really understand some stuff, but I think these are just made-up characters and all this stuff. They're not, like, characters taken from, like, Warhammer, like, storylines or books or anything like that. I think it's just all just, like, stuff that's like, hey, this is the type of stuff that exists in the, like, Warhammer lore or Warhammer universe, so we're just going to make up our stuff there that, like, kind of coincides with it, and this, that, and the other thing, and then we're just going to be like, boom, there you go, there's this game. Just kind of wish it didn't have anything to do with, like viruses or pandemics, but it could be virus in the sense of, machinery, because they were saying machine gods, and then they were saying something about a virus affecting some type of machinery or whatever, so maybe that's it? I don't know. But anyway, it's fun for what it is so far. I like it, but I'm not going to be returning to it right away. I'm going to be getting back into Kingdoms of Amalur, and then I'm going to be playing another game alongside it. And then after I beat that game, I'm going to play another game on stream every now and then, along with Kingdoms of Amalur as well to mix things up. So, anywho, so yeah, this has been Warhammer 40k Inquisitor. I'll be playing more of this with less, slow play. It's just basically taking it all in, seeing everything the way it is. And I understand, and I apologize for basically just taking my sweet old time, just doing stuff in general. And focus more on the gameplay. Well, I mean, I'd like to have conversation while I stream, don't get me wrong, but it's just, sometimes it just stopped for a little too long while talking and whatever, and I shouldn't have. It's just, this game, you just gotta constantly stare at the screen and pay attention to, like, what's going on. So that's why sometimes I, paid conversation, in between, like, attacks and stuff like that and fighting. But anyway. Alright, hope you all enjoyed this. Let me know if you've ever played this game before. And let me know if you enjoyed this game or not. It's on sale right now until the 20th of January, of course, which is this month in 2021. So this is technically my first stream in 2021, and it's a Let's Try of a Warhammer game. Anyway, alright. Take care, folks. Till next time. 4 hours and 32 minutes for my first, going on to 4 hours and 33 minutes now. But yeah, for my first stream in 2021, not bad. So yeah. I apologize for talking about our pandemic and stuff like that, and real life and stuff like that, and whatever. I tried to stay away from that kind of stuff there, but sometimes that stuff comes up there because I bring it up because I see something like in the game there that, it's like, oh, this is about a pandemic, or this has a pandemic in it. That's great. Anyway, I'll try less of that in the future. Let's bring it up in the future because I don't like talking about it either. And and I want my channel to be a place to get away from that talk. But anyway, I'll try my damnedest to not talk about it. I do a pretty good job not talking about it, but if I do, it's only for a brief moment. But anyway, I'll try harder next time. Alright, thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you next time. So I guess you could say this is my temporarily start of my Let's Play of Warhammer 40k Inquisitor. Because I'm going to be making a Let's Play out of this. Just don't know exactly when. I'm going to get to it. I mean, this was just, for what it was I mentioned in the stream earlier. Anyway, enough talk. End Ending stream.